This is Lake Guntersville, the South's fastest water. These are the H1 unlimited hydroplanes, the fastest race boats in the world. When you put the world's fastest race boats on the fastest racing water, amazing things can happen, and they have.
171.294.
The Unlimiteds are next.
The unlimited hydroplanes, the powerhouses of boat racing.
Tremendous charge by Hanauer. How he's keeping the boat under control is completely beyond me.
They're kind of flighty. They're doing a little walk. Oh, no! Hey! Shane! Get even!
112 years.
Let's get it going. We're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
Good morning, race fans, and welcome to H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest from beautiful Guntersville, Alabama, and Lake Guntersville. My name is Brad Luce. I'm going to be working today on the pipes, trying to do everything I can to keep you up to speed with all of the action on today's racing docket, and there is a lot of it. But I will not be working alone. I will be working with Erica Allreed, who will be joining me here shortly. But we are getting ready to go. It is day 3 of 3, or as those of us of a certain vintage like to say, today is race day. Yes, we had racing yesterday out on Lake Guntersville in both the Grand Prix America class. We had some marathon outboard boats that were running, but we also had the H1 Unlimiteds dip their toes in the water for a couple of heats of competition, and hopefully you were able to catch up on our Heat 1 yesterday and Heat 2, both of which were run. We are competing under a round-robin format, and if you saw the first heat yesterday, I'm sure you didn't forget it. It was one for the books, and with all of the changes that have come about within H1 Unlimited, our new officiating team, et cetera, the comment around here yesterday after that first heat, man, if they had anything to do with the level of competition that we saw, we're in for a heck of a season. And I think we truly are. We've got very, very competitive race boats. And we are going to do more racing today than we did yesterday, and I'm speaking specifically on the H1 side of things. We had Heats 1 and Heat 2. Today we will run Heat 3, 4, 5, 6, and our winner-take-all final for the Southern Cup. We are going to have many Grand Prix heats sprinkled in there as well, so it's going to be a very busy day here on Lake Guntersville. It is also going to be a very hot day here on Lake Guntersville. We have been told by the National Weather Service today that we will be experiencing a heat index in the area of 112. So the mantra for those of us that are at least here and watching at home, you probably don't have to worry about that aspect of it, but here we are being told to hydrate. And I just got a note in my headset that I as you folks all know online, apparently we also have sound today. Thank you, Mr. Nick Kish. I know you worked well into the evening to make sure that would come off as we had hoped. I mentioned earlier that my broadcast partner this weekend, Erica Allreed, would be joining us shortly. She has now done so. Good morning, Erica, and welcome to Day 3. It's race day.
Good morning, Brad. I am so excited for today, especially like you mentioned with the racing we saw yesterday. We are in for a treat if it is anything like that.
We are in for a treat, and we are in for a very long and busy day. But when it comes to racing, we wouldn't have it any other way.
Absolutely.
Let's get as many boats out here as we can. Speaking of that, we have entered into an open testing session this morning. It's going to run from 8 o'clock until 9:30. And the course will be open for Grand Prix America and H1 Unlimited testing. And as we say that, the green flag has come out. And the GP79, the Bad Influence, with Jeff Bernard behind the wheel, is out on the water right now. They had a mechanical issue yesterday in one of their heats, and they went dead in the water, but he was able to win his first heat. Second heat, he got a DNF. I talked to Jeff last night. He said it was, while nothing is terribly minor, it was something that they could fix, and so they feel like they're going to be ready to go today. Jeff is out on the race course right now, going very slowly up the backstretch. I suspect we will probably see a timing run or two from him. But it's going to be a very busy day. I'm going to pull some notes out here. We've been hurrying to get things together, but we will get a walkthrough of our heats from yesterday on the H1 side, as indeed Jeff Bernard in the Bad Influence, the GP79, going to make a run to the start-finish line. Both looked very, very strong yesterday. Those of you watching at home, as you can see on the screen, the water conditions here right now are perfect. We have a number of hydroplanes, H1 Unlimiteds, in the water right now. We've got at least one of the strong boats in the water. And those of you who may have been to Guntersville before, there we see the pit area. It looks like Corey Peabody's definitely in the water on the right there. And Bucket List Racing was the first boat to be picked and put in the water on the Unlimited side. Erica, what a race we saw yesterday from Dustin Eccles and J. Michael Kelly in Heat 1 on the H1 side.
Absolutely. That one was so exciting, and I was chatting with Dustin after, and he was so excited about that performance. Although he came in the runner-up position, he said that gave him even more confidence in himself and his machinery. And unfortunately, there in the second heat, we saw a malfunction with the boat. So hopefully that is all fixed for today, because he has been putting in some incredible performances and speed as of late.
Well, at least they can check the first box. It fired up this morning because, as you can see on the screen, he is away from the pit area on the other side. Yeah, that first heat yesterday was really something, and I know you and I chatted off air after the fact, and what really impressed me is, A, the boat he almost beat is our defending national high points and APBA Gold Cup champion in J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric, but also he did it from being on the outside of Michael Kelly. And if that race would have gone another buoy to another buoy, he would have been the winner. He just kept chipping away, and he finally got him. But unfortunately, it was just after they crossed the start-finish line. But great racing. Everybody loved it.
Absolutely. And he told me that they've been working, and if we had one more lap, I'm not sure how that one would have turned out.
I think I've got a pretty good idea. I think it was going to be orange in the number one position. But they're back out on the race course. It was a very strong run, and that was our first heat of the season. And it was impressive. The fans loved it. And for those of you who may have been watching, there was a bit of a change in that heat, and a lot of discussion about that. But the bottom line is, I don't know that anybody knew. And the more people I talked to, we might have been the only ones that knew, and we knew late in the fact that we were going to run 4 laps in that heat instead of 3. Here comes Dustin under a good full head of steam. Bucket List Racing to U40 and Dustin Eccles. I mentioned we're going to be running in a round-robin format, a little bit different than what we've done before. Our 6 boats came out on the water yesterday morning between 8 and 10 o'clock and officially qualified for the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest and the Southern Cup. And based on those qualification speeds, boats were assigned a number. And a number 1 through 6. Andrew Tate was our top qualifier, just north of 168 miles an hour. He received number 1 in addition to his 100 points. And then our second fastest qualifier was this boat, the U40 Bucket List Racing. He got number 2. J. Michael Kelly was 3, and so on down the line. And we'll watch Dustin come across one more time. Both riding beautifully. Remember yesterday, Erica, I said he was kind of running downhill and kind of sitting on the nose a little bit. Boy, not now. The boat is sitting up smartly in the water and looking good.
Absolutely looking good. I'd be curious to see what times he puts in today. Again, hopefully all of the issues with the boat have been resolved, and it looks like they have been.
Yeah, it looks good. So back to our racing format and the round robin. So what then happens is by H1 Unlimited contract, we are going to put 4 boats on the water in every heat of competition. So we took the boats with the top 4 qualifiers that had been assigned numbers 1 through 4. And in our heat 1, it was boat number 1, 2, 3, 4. Then in our second heat, it was boats number 5, 6. Then back to the top 1, 2. Those are the 2 heats we ran yesterday. Today we will start with 3, 4, 5, 6. And it just keeps going around like that until we've completed 6 preliminary heats of competition. And then we will take our 4 or 5. There is still a discussion going on whether or not this race course can safely accommodate 5 boats on the front row. We will get to that today. But the one aspect I wanted to bring up, it has been confirmed over and over and over again on the tower this morning. We're going 3 laps.
We're going 3 laps, okay.
That's kind of what we thought going into things yesterday, but things changed, and I thought the best line I got yesterday was after it had all happened and we saw the great heat with the 4 laps, et cetera, et cetera. I went to somebody, and I don't even remember who it was, and I said, do you know why we ran 4 laps in that first heat? And the response was, yeah, because the first 3 were so good. It would have been nice to run 5 or 6 laps.
Are we allowed to throw in a 4th lap if we're enjoying the race so much?
It was just so fun. It was so very, very good. So I'm going to take a check on the clock here, see where we are, because we are on the live stream only right now. We're not on the public address system here in Lake Guntersville, because as the course opened at 8 o'clock, we opened the gates for our fans to get in. And Erica, we could have gone on the PA here and we wouldn't have been talking to anybody. We'd have been talking to ourselves, except for our dedicated and loyal fans who are watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream. We did have some issues yesterday on that stream. I can tell you the Crackerjack crew that we've got here was up till all hours last night. I am told everything is in place, set, and ready to roll. And here comes Dustin Eccles, this time with a hard charge across start-finish line. And what he did, previous to that, I think the camera was on, and we saw him cut the race course from the back stretch to the front and then come down the front straightaway slowly. Then he went back up the back stretch and made a hard charge at the line. This brings up this entire start procedure, which is all new for this year. And I can tell you the amount of hours that have been spent trying to develop the right start sequence that the fans would enjoy, would be equal to the competitors, and would be enjoyable to watch and make for a competitive event. There has been just an incredible amount of discussion on it. But the one thing we wanted to do, and I know we said this a number of times yesterday, we will again today, off the table is the 80-mile-per-hour rule. And I think if we listen very carefully, we can hear our friends out there probably cheering somewhere. The 80-mile-an-hour rule is gone. And we joked yesterday it's buried in the sand right in front of our table here. But it's gone. And we didn't like the fact that we had too many people. There was 2 things going on there. The 80-mile-an-hour rule was causing boats to be disqualified after the race. It was happening all too often. That was leading to confusion, et cetera, et cetera. But the other big issue with that, Erica, was it was causing boats to jump the clock. And there was a very good reason for that. But those of you on the H1 live stream, we'll come back to that thought in just a moment. We are going to also open up, and we just did, the simulcast here. So welcome, fans on the shoreline of Lake Guntersville in Guntersville, Alabama. My name is Brad Luce, along with Erica Allreed. We are going to do our best here from start-finish line to bring you up to date on everything that's going on here. And Erica, you've got a schedule in front of you. I've looked at it. We've talked to the National Weather Service. A, it's going to be hot, and B, it's going to be really, really busy, and that's a good thing.
Definitely a good thing. More chances to see your favorite boats on water, especially in this new round-robin format. So a good day overall. Make sure everybody stays hydrated first and foremost.
That is the key, and as we all know, I'm kind of the poster child and the joke for that around here. I know what happens if you do not stay hydrated properly. Let me tell you, the paramedics here in this particular area are wonderful people, but I don't want to see them again. So stay hydrated. That is going to be the mantra of the day. With a heat index approaching 112, it's going to be a little bit warm.
Just a tad.
So we want to welcome all our fans who are just now coming into the gate and coming into the venue here. Come on in, get settled down. We're going to go racing here pretty quick. They are adjusting the schedule because, quite candidly, it is so packed with action today that we want to make sure we've got everything timed right so there's enough time for our crane operators to get boats in and out of the water on time so we can keep with the schedule. So we're going to be very busy, and as I look across the pit area, I now see the white nose of the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, coming away from the dock with Corey Peabody. I'm looking to see if he has the saltwater snorkel on. It looks like he does. At least from what I can see here now, I'm not so sure about that. I had a conversation with boat owner Daryl Strong this morning, and it is not there. And I had a conversation with Daryl Strong this morning. He said, you're going to see the boat come out without the snorkel. So they are going to come out and run sans the snorkel and look a lot more like it did 1 year ago. Corey Peabody in Daryl and Vanessa Strong's U9, the Beacon Plumbing. And in talking with Daryl this morning, I said, so how's Corey? I said, he had kind of a rough day yesterday. And he tried to run twice and get qualified. He was unable to legally qualify twice. They had a fuel flow violation on both their runs, so they got a time not recorded. Of course, they're racing here with a commissioner's option. The boat ran once yesterday, and we were having a lot of fun with Corey Peabody and Andrew Tate. They had a good duel going on. Then it was revealed that Corey had jumped the starting clock, so he had an error on that as he goes across start-finish line. And then we had a little incident up at the top end of the race course. Corey went into the top end. He was on the inside of Andrew Tate, back about 4 or 5 boat lengths. And the one thing you don't want to see, Erica, is, he picked up that right sponson and he just hung it there in the corner. And as soon as you do that, the boat's going straight. Well, he was in a corner, and all of a sudden the boat's going straight, and he went right into the rooster tail of the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. I don't know how he did not go over, but he didn't. He landed it. So good to see the boat back out on the water, and I'm sure Corey's looking for a better day today.
I would say so, and yeah, he definitely had all of us having our hearts in our stomachs in that one. But again, I do think that is such a testament to him and his driving capabilities to be able to regain control, and he still ended up second place in that heat.
Yeah, this is a terrific driver as he comes across start-finish. The boat looks great, and of course, he is the defending Guntersville Hydrofest champion. We're getting some testing speeds here on the water. I see on your sheet there you've got for the Bucket List Racing, turned a lap at 165.307, 165.307. They just put a score, or they just put a timeout on the 9. I didn't hear it. I heard it being said, but I was talking instead of listening, as people in my family have been known to tell me from time to time. As Corey goes through the top end of the race course, I want to come back to our racing format. I was explaining to our fans online before we opened it up to those of you here at the venue, but what we are running is a round-robin format. Man, Corey looks good. The boat is just light on its feet. Perfect water conditions. Corey Peabody got to be feeling a whole lot better this morning.
And he was able to go across at a 162.560 that first one. And then now just putting in a 163.523. So continuing to better himself out there right now.
Yeah, that's going to put a smile on his face, I'm sure. Yesterday, they ran hot laps yesterday, but like I said, they had the fuel flow violation. Then they had the gun jumping. Then they had the boat almost upside down in the water. They survived all that, and as the old line goes, if you're going to have a bad day, have it on Saturday. It's a whole lot better than having it on Sunday. He'd like to think all the issues they had yesterday are in the rearview mirror, and I know this young man, we all do. He's ready to go racing.
He always is, and we normally see him up front in heat races like we mentioned yesterday. Coming into the 2023 season, he only had 6 heat wins, and leaving the 2023 season, he had 17 heat wins, so no stranger to the front of the pack, and it's only a matter of time before we see him there again.
Yeah, you hit me with that stat on Friday. I was impressed. I was impressed with that one, and there we go. You've got a speed. I know you're writing it down. What have you got, Erica?
And that last one was a 165.733, so much better than his last 2.
Yeah, you know, and the interesting part about all this is we just take this in stride. You haven't been around this sport for years and years and years like so many of us, but we used to just go home and stay awake thinking about the fact we saw a lap at 160 miles an hour. Now it's getting to the point that down here on this big, wide race course that if it's not 160 plus, I mean, what's wrong? And we've seen 170s here. See if Corey can add a little bit more to it.
And definitely with the competition that we've been seeing, they continue to one-up each other and themselves. And, yeah, they're making big strides.
I got a hunch he kicked it up just a little bit.
He did indeed, as it comes in at a 166.116. So a fantastic last lap.
But speed has not been the issue for these guys yesterday. The issue was they were overflowing on the fuel side. So they'll take that box out. They will give it to Seth Partial as Corey just went dead in the water. He didn't make it all the way back. He is about halfway across the causeway.
But if we look at qualifying times from yesterday, that was his fastest time that he's put in a qualifying and test session this weekend. So hopefully a good indicator for him today. It's not looking so great as we see him dead in the water, but hopefully they'll figure things out.
Half wondering if he didn't run out of fuel because he ran quite a few laps out there.
Yep.
We're going to change the flag to a black flag on the race course, so we'll be down for just a moment. I'm reading a message and talking at the same time. That's not one of my finer traits right here. So why don't you bring the folks up to speed on some of the laps we have seen this morning. I'm going to read a text or a piece of information I just got from H1.
Yep, absolutely. So the first the unlimited boat that we saw this morning was the U40 bucket list racing of Dustin Eccles, and his first time out was a 165.307. He then cut the course and then put in a 108.708. So just shaking out the course. And then as you see here on our live stream, we have the U9 of Corey Peabody. His first lap was a 162.560, then a 163, 165, and then ending it at a 166. So great runs by him.
I was just handed some notes from H1 Unlimited and a conversation that took place with Corey yesterday. We did not see him over here after the event. I'm sure he was over there making sure the boat was going to be right for today. So I didn't get an opportunity to speak with him. But he did have a conversation with some H1 personnel with regards to the issue we saw yesterday when he picked up the right sponson up in turn 2. And it was an amazing effort that he did not go over. Those of us that have been around the sport for a long time, you see a boat get into that position, it does not end well. But it ended well for Corey, and he was asked about that on the information I was just handed. And basically he was saying, believe it or not, as good as the water conditions look out here, there were some big rollers up there, and it was launching the boat where he had the canard. And when they go into the corner, what they do is they take the canard and they drop the rear end of the canard when they get into the corner. And the canard is that wing on the very front of the boat. And what that typically does is it jams more air underneath the boat to keep the boat up and out of the water as they go through the corner. Now, it's different here because the corners are 2,000 feet wide and they just mash the gas all the way around this race course. But Corey saw the boat was starting to lift on him a little bit because he was putting too much air and the fact that the rollers were up there in turn 2. So the next time he came through, he said he had the canard in a neutral position and hit the roller, and it still was enough to launch him off, got him up and in the air. He said, luckily for him, from his point of view, the rudder stayed in the water. And that apparently from where he was sitting, which was a whole lot closer than where we were, that was the key. As we see Corey get out of the boat, and he will get towed back to the pit area. A couple of good things on that. I didn't see Corey go back and look underneath the bonnet.
Yep.
He did not go back and look at the very back of the boat. We could see the propeller here. Sometimes when things happen and losing propellers is not a good one. But clearly that's still on the boat. And Corey didn't run back and really look at anything like, next time I'll do a couple extra pumps on the fuel and make sure I got enough to get home.
And we have to remember, just 1 year ago here in Guntersville, Corey spinned the world record, establishing the fastest heat average speed of 162.910 miles per hour. And that was the fastest average speed for ever in any heat on any course at any length in time. So really looking for a rebound here from him here today, hopefully.
Yeah, and Erica, you go back, way back, and go back to the early 1950s when the grand era of hydroplane racing really began, the golden era, if you will. We used to run on 5-mile race courses. This is a 2-mile race course. We had a 5-mile course in Seattle. The straightaways went from here to tomorrow, and the boats were fast. But still, you never saw speeds, anything like that. And so when that comment got written in there, of any course of any length, any time, it just a 2-mile race course, 2.5, 3, 5, 5.5. We've had 3.5 back in the day. It doesn't make any difference. Running 2-lap heats, 3-lap heats, 5, 6. We used to run 10-lap heats. Any course of any length, any distance, any number of laps, nobody in a heat has ever averaged 162.9 miles per hour.
Absolutely. He was so impressive last season, and it kind of came down to consistency from his teammate to give him the edge only by 84 points. So, yeah, he's been very impressive.
Well, he's an impressive guy, and this is an impressive race course. We only have 6 boats in the field on the unlimited side, but that doesn't mean we can't put on a good show, and we are going to. And actually, the round-robin format on some level debuted here in Guntersville in 2019. I happened to be here, and they tried this round robin thing, and really what it does, with running 4 boats in each heat, we have 6 boats in the pit area, but it gives the illusion we have 8. So not that we're trying to deceive our fans, but we're putting 4 boats on the water for each heat, and it does mean boats sometimes have to run the same heat back to back, but it's equal for everybody, and everybody has to do the same thing, and it's a better show for the fans.
Absolutely.
And we did a lot of talking yesterday about the new regime, the new leadership within H1 Unlimited, and a big part of that is the relationship that H1 wants to build with our fan base. We want to attract new fans. We want to make sure our fans of unlimited racing that have been around for a long time like me, that they stick around and they like what we're doing. I think we've taken some steps in the right direction. We're going to talk about a score-up procedure. We're going to talk about a new start procedure. We got all kinds of things to talk about. And we even have a brand new banner here behind us. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to get some people up here and we're going to interview them in there. We're going to look a whole lot more professional when we do this. H1 is stepping in the right direction. We will make sure we talk with Mike Dunslow, our chairman of the board of H1 Unlimited, and also the chairman of the board of Hydrotown, and we'll explain the difference between Hydrotown and H1 Unlimited. A lot to take care of today. But I want to make a couple of comments here to our fans as they're coming in and getting set up for day 3 of 3 here at the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest, featuring the Race for the Southern Cup. And it has to do with pit tours. And I know you've been down there, not so much in the pit area here, but I know you've been in the pit area before. You really have to take a pit tour at some time or in some way. Maybe it's at a display at your local grocery store. You got to get close to these H1 Unlimiteds to truly appreciate how big these boats are. They're basically 30 feet long and 14, 15 feet wide. And, okay, that's just a number on a piece of paper. But when you go stand next to one of these things and you go, holy smoke, they're making these things run close to 200 miles an hour. And then you think, you see the footage of one of these boats blowing over. how in the world do you get a 6,000 or 7,000 pound boat that far up in the air? Well, A, it's because they're going that fast, and B, how much air they're shoving underneath them. So we have pit tours set up today. That was a long-winded intro to that. But we have pit tours. They're a great way to see the boats up close. So for those of you with the Ultimate Pass or the club level ticket, make sure you get over to the pits at some point today. Buses leave from the ball field parking lot area and will take you to both pits. Those begin at 10 a.m. this morning, so about an hour and a half, I would assume. I don't know what time it is, but I would assume about an hour and a half from now they will start those buses. But the one thing you got to know, it is 8:30. I'm catching on here. Remember, you have to have closed-toed shoes in there, and that is for your safety and the safety of others in the pit area. It also is an insurance box we have to check, and if you've ever tripped over anything in the pit area, some of that stuff's pretty heavy. So, yes, make sure you have closed-toed shoes, and if you have the Ultimate Pass or a club-level ticket, make sure you get over there today if you haven't ever been up close, and like I like to say, up close and personal with an H1 Unlimited hydroplane. We're going to take a break today around noon to give our rescue teams a chance to rest from this heat and get them something to eat, etc. And it's the perfect time for you as well to grab lunch from our food trucks. They're serving everything from pizza to barbecue and, of course, all those sweet treats like gelato, shaved ice, dipping dots. You and I'll be there.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have to venture over there a little bit later.
Are you a shaved ice girl?
More of a Dippin' Dots.
Oh, I like it. Well, we're going to make it happen. You and I will get up there. And then at 12:15 in front of the main stage, that's right behind you and me. At 12:15, right here at the start-finish line in front of the main stage, our Grand Prix race drivers will be available for autographs and photos with the fans. So maybe make your way up here during that break when you come up to get your food. At 12:15, we'll have all the Grand Prix America drivers here, and you can get some autographs, chat with them a little bit, tell your favorite driver you think his boat's really cool. These guys love to talk, and I know you learned all that a year ago. These guys love to talk about their boats.
I don't know how they could not. Like you said, if you haven't seen one up close and personal, they are truly impressive. And the drivers are such personalities. It is so fun to be able to chat with them, especially during those autograph sessions. Get some swag, some hero cards, and everything in between. It really is something special.
It is. And as I always say, if you ever come out to my house when we get out west, you find your way to my house, I have a little room dedicated to boat racing. No, I don't. I have a big room dedicated to boat racing.
Let's be realistic here.
Let's be honest. My wife's going, I can see her. She's going, it's not a little. But it is dedicated to boat racing. But there's hero cards that are there. They didn't call them that back then. But from the 50s and 60s, when I was that little wide-eyed child going, this guy's my hero. And they got... had them autographed. I have them framed on the wall, and some of those are some of my most treasured possessions. So, yes, parents, bring the kids, bring them down, let them meet the drivers. These guys are characters. They are all extremely personable, and they love to talk. And then, of course, while you're up here, get some merchandise. You were talking about swag and stuff. There's a ton of it up here. Official Hydrofest merchandise tent located near us here at the start-finish line. We've also, I think, got every major sponsor that's on an H1 Unlimited boat is represented here. I know Strong's back there, and the 91 Goodman Real Estate's here. The Bucket List Racing guys are here.
The Mercury's Coffee
Right
Company.
there. Mercury's Coffee, one of our new sponsors we'll be talking about. They are in the area here of start-finish line. So come up here during the break, get some autographs, get some food, get some good merch. So it's quiet on the water right now. I'm looking across. I don't see anybody in the water right now. We still have an open course until 9:30, an open test session here. What we're going to do is step away for just a moment. When we come back, we will recap what happened yesterday on both the Grand Prix side and the H1 Unlimited side. And we'll come back with those, take a look at point totals going into day 3 of 3. Erica, we're underway here. It's race day.
It's race day. I'm ready to get some trophies out, see who's going to win, and set the tone for the season.
Let's make it happen. All right, Erica and I will be back when we get action on the water. Stand by. Hello again, race fans. Along the banks here of Lake Guntersville, I guess we shouldn't call it the banks of Lake Guntersville, although it is the Tennessee River. We'll call it the shoreline of Lake Guntersville, Alabama. Also, our fans watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream, I just want to give a quick shout out to those of you on the live stream. The pictures you have been seeing this morning have been incredible from the pit area. Young man named Cameron Ford here is treating us to some wonderful shots, and you've seen on the live stream, and if you got a real good set of eyes here on the shoreline, you're able to see that the U11, the Miss Mercury's Coffee, has been placed in the water. Jamie Nielsen has been strapped in. They have set the lid down, and look across the lake, you'll see a splash coming, a bunch of white. Jamie Nielsen coming out on the race course in the U11. The Miss Mercury's Coffee, a brand new sponsor for this team, and they're going to be on board with them all year. We have met the family from Mercury's Coffee out of Bellevue, Washington. They are some terrific people. They are so excited to be involved in H1 racing. They've been fans for years and years and years, and they got together and decided they wanted to get on a boat. They got with Scott and Shannon, and this is the end result. So this is the boat that has been chartreuse and royal blue for the last couple of years, or if we go back 4 or 5, it was chartreuse and carnival orange, and we always had fun talking about that. But now it's red, black, and white. It is driven still by Jamie Nielsen. It is the U11 Miss Mercury's Coffee. Coming down the front straightaway, a couple of interesting points about that boat. During the test session, and my analysts here to my left that make sure I say things properly are going to correct me here if I'm wrong on this, but on Friday afternoon during the test session, they turned a lap, I believe, of 166. They're looking up a number here, and it's important, and I want to talk about it. Not qualifying. I was looking for the test sheet on Friday. 166. I just got it in my 166.165. A lap of 166.165. It was testing, so no, it doesn't go down. But that turned out to be, as boats were going through technical inspection during the test session, that turned out to be the fastest legal lap of the afternoon. As Jamie comes across and puts one in the book, we'll get some speeds here on how they're doing, and there's a bit of a story involved in that as well that we'll touch base on. But after that run of 166.165, an extremely emotional owner of the boat, Scott Rainey, came over, and he was, as I said, just very, very emotional. It was the fastest lap his race team had ever turned, and they were so darned happy as Jamie takes the boat back to the dock. That lap they turned was 161.917. 161.917. He's taking the boat back. So all our Mercury's Coffee people are heading back away. Before the boat went out, Scott Rainey came over to me and said, "Brad, I'll tell you what we did." He says, yesterday, he said, quite candidly, he goes, "We sucked." He said, "The boat did not run yesterday." And he said, "We lost 6 miles an hour and we don't know where it went." And he said, "All I'm going to tell you is we went through that boat from stem to stern last night. They were here very, very late. They worked on it." He said, "We found things. We found little things." He said, "Probably none of which would cause us to have that big of a drop in our performance, but added up, maybe so." And he said, "We'll find out right now what we learned." Well, 162 basically. It's 161.9. The boat's obviously quicker than it ran yesterday. Erica, I think they have to be happy with that.
I would say they have to be happy with that. And like you said, he said the little things that they may have found last night could add up to big things. So a lot of anticipation to see him back out there at race pace. But what I thought was interesting was I also talked with Jamie Nielsen before this today, and he said a lot of boat repair went into the off season. Scott Rainey found some major broken structural parts of the boat that got repaired. They also started their own in-house propeller program. So the U11 is now building its own propellers, which Jamie said is huge for them, and a lot of maintenance, upgrades, and elevation went into their engine program. And like you said, that was on full display with that 166 run, the fastest for the team. So hopefully all of those little changes, like you said, can get them back there today.
Yeah, this is the second year they've run this boat. They ran it years ago, but it's been sitting in the shop, and they brought it out last year, changed hulls, brought this hull out, and they affectionately refer to this boat as Shannon's boat. The other one is Scott's boat, and she always wanted to run her boat. So they did that last year. And at the test session in the Tri-Cities a year ago, they turned their first ever 155-mile-per-hour lap. And, I mean, there were tears of happiness when they did that at the test session this year, and now you're comparing the same course to the same course. They got to 158 miles an hour, and they're starting to sniff the 160 on the smaller courses, and here we are in this great big course and turning a lap at 162 and earlier at 166. They have to be extremely happy. It's a team that we always say it, and we're going to say it until it happens, because it's going to happen.
Absolutely.
This team is going to win one of these things. And as I always say, tag along with me, Erica, because that's a party we're not going to want to miss.
Oh, absolutely not. We cannot miss that one. And I asked Jamie as well what it will take to finally get that race win here in Guntersville. And he said the size of this race course and the size of the corners really puts an emphasis on speed. So it is absolutely crucial that they find that 166 again if they want to capture that first win.
They're going to get there one of these days. Folks looking on the live stream getting quite a look at the Mercury's coffee. And right there at the very bottom of the screen for those watching online, you'll see a sticker back there that says RevChem Composites Fast Lap Award and H1 Unlimited. On Friday, H1 Unlimited announced a new partnership with RevChem Composites, the official composites company of H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing. So a brand new sponsor on board for H1, and as part of that sponsorship package, they are supporting and funding a Fast Lap Award, and that is the fastest qualification lap at each event this year. There's a $2,500 prize out there for the fastest qualification lap at each event this season. Yesterday, Andrew Tate, U91, Goodman Real Estate, walked off with it with a speed just north of, now I'm grabbing, 166. He was somewhere around there.
168.
168. I see you're on top of your game. So if there was any question why we brought Erica on board this year to work the live stream with us and work on the line here for you fans here on Lake Guntersville, now we know. So as they pull that boat out of the water, we look in the background on the stream there to see if anybody else is moving toward the water. I don't see anybody just yet, but I promised that we were going to take a look at yesterday's action as we get ready for a lot of racing that's going to take place today here on day 3 of the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest, featuring the race for the Southern Cup. We'll start with our Grand Prix class, and they ran 4 heats of competition yesterday, if I've got it right. 2A, 2B, yes, they did. They had 4 heats of competition. And wondering if I didn't just go dead. Told we are back on. There we go. There we go. All of a sudden it went quiet around here. Anyway, I said we would walk through yesterday's action. There we go. Now we got it in our ears, Erica. All of a sudden it went quiet. We ran 4 heats of Grand Prix America hydroplanes yesterday. I'll look at some of our notes that we have. Heat 1A was scheduled to go off at 10:30 yesterday. It did. It was sponsored by Cutco Cutlery. And our first place finisher was GP35, the TMS special with Brandon Kennedy. You watched the GPs with me. That boat and Brandon Kennedy, you've got your hands full beating that one this weekend. We got a couple of guys out here that are going to take a shot at it, but Brandon's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, we talked a lot last season about the Peabody puzzle. What is going to be our analogy for Brandon Kennedy? Because, my gosh, he put in some solid runs yesterday.
Well, let me tell you, there's a young man over there named Jeff Bernard, and the GP79, he is going to have something to say about it. Second place in that first heat went to Tom Thompson, and the 71, the Miss Liberty, which we understand has scratched for the rest of the day. I don't think we're going to see the 71. Jimmy King in the GP3 did not finish, and Tyler Eccles in the GP17. The Miss Renee came home in third place. Then it was time to go racing in Grand Prix Heat 1B. Cutco Cutlery again stepped up as the sponsor. I mentioned Jeff Bernard. Yep, he was on the inside lane, and he took it from wire to wire in the GP79, the Bad Influence. Jeff Bernard's going to be dealt with before the weekend is over. Second place went to John Shaw in the Miss Cool Cat. He was followed in third place by the Charger and Kevin Ekert and Greg Hopp in the GP15. Old Trappers Beef Jerky, but Kevin Ekert and Greg Hopp both jumped the gun, and that took them pretty much out of the racing. Heat 2A for the Grand Prix was sponsored by Randy Jones and Associates. Our winner this time from the outside, because they do an assigned lanes racing format, so they took Brandon Kennedy, stuck him on the far outside, and said, yeah, let's go see you do it out there. Didn't take long. About halfway up the backstretch, he took off on lap one, and he was gone. John Shaw gave it everything he had in the GP35, but he was given ground the whole way. And it was Brandon Kennedy. Once again, we got did not finish for Jimmy King and Kevin Ekert. Our final GP heat, again sponsored by Randy Jones and Associates, featured 4 boats. This time it was Jeff Bernard's time to go to the far outside based on his previous performance. As he lined up for the start, he had it wound up and really rolling at the top end of the course in about lane 6. And he was going to bring a lot of speed to the line, and all of a sudden the boat just dropped down off a plane, and he was dead right there. He got a did not start. Tom Thompson in the GP71 was able to come home with the victory. Greg Hopp, another disappointing, did not finish. And there was a 1-minute penalty on the Miss Renee with Tyler Eccles. So first place went to Tom Thompson in the Miss Liberty. Tyler Eccles was second in the GP17 Miss Renee. Then it was time to go H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing and get to those heats. We didn't run GP and then H1. They were intermixed with each other. I just thought, let's do the GPs first. Now we'll get to the H1 Unlimiteds, and I'm looking for all of the qualifying speeds here. I think you've got them highlighted. Top speed for the U1, J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric was 165.261. Our top qualifier, as you just mentioned, 168.789 miles per hour. That was Andrew Tate in the U91, the Miss Goodman Real Estate. We kind of waited on that one to make sure it would clear tech inspection, but it did, and that was his third lap on his first qualification attempt, and that speed ended up standing up the rest of the day, and he was our top qualifier. He was chased closely by the U40 and Dustin Eccles, who qualified a 168.051. And I think, Erica, we thought perhaps we were going to see a 170. I had been asked on Thursday night, what's it going to take to be the top qualifier? And I said, honestly, I think we're going to have to see a 172. And I think what happened here after the first run, between the first and the second run, water conditions here on Lake Guntersville kind of deteriorated, and it was going to be difficult. And it ended up that the speeds, in fact, I'm looking at this now, as you have things highlighted here, every speed that's on here that was the fastest for each team happened during that first session. So water conditions played a role.
Absolutely. It definitely got windy there in the afternoon, and we definitely noticed that with the boats. So, yes, all fast times were set. In the earlier session, and Andrew Tate coming out with our Rev Chem fast lap.
Allen Land Surveying stepped up as a sponsor for H1 Unlimited Heat 1. And I mentioned that we were running a round-robin format. Every boat gets a number 1 through 6, and we just keep rolling through on a round-robin basis, and this allows us the opportunity to put 4 H1 Unlimited hydroplanes on the water at a time in every heat, and that's what we're going to do today. And our first H1 heat featured U91, Goodman Real Estate, Andrew Tate, Dustin Eccles behind the wheel of the Tennessee Orange Bucket List Racing U40. Our defending National High Points champion, Beacon Electric U1, J. Michael Kelly, and Jamie Nielsen rounded out the 4-boat field with Miss Mercury's Coffee that was just out on the race course, the U11. It was the first heat of the season. We had a new start procedure, which we'll talk about. It played a role, I believe, in this particular heat, but at the end of the day, the first heat of the season did not disappoint.
It did not disappoint in any way, and it lived up to all the hype that we thought we were going to see, given last season was so competitive. And Oh, that photo finish by Dustin Eccles and J. Michael Kelly was one to remember. I don't know how we're going to beat it.
I don't know, but we're certainly going to give it a try. I actually got confirmation in my ear after the boats went across the start-finish line. It came in my ear. They said, we have video confirmation. We have video confirmation, J. Michael Kelly. I went, video confirmation of what? And then I realized the finish was so close. I don't think I've ever seen something as close as that. I've never had anybody have to go back and get video replay to check it out. It was that good. It was very reminiscent of 2018, the final heat here between Andrew Tate and a young man by the name of Jimmy Shane. But at the end of the day, J. Michael Kelly on the inside was able to hold off a hard-charging Dustin Eccles in the bucket list racing. They finished 1-2. I mentioned the start procedure came into play. Andrew Tate came down the front straightaway and decided he was going to cut the course and run over to the backstretch and get over in front of J. Michael Kelly. As Kelly was coming off the lower corner, I don't know exactly what happened in his calculation there. I am of the opinion, and I mentioned this last night, I think maybe he got fooled, if it's possible, by the width of this race course. He started to cut the course, and I think he thought, well, I've got plenty of time to get over there and get in front of Mike, and then he realized it's another country mile to get all the way across this thing, and we could see him visibly slowing the boat down, and he ended up slowing it all the way down to where he went to ground idle.
Yep, and he said, I debriefed with him after that one, and he said that one was 100% driver's error on him. He said he got too low in speed while idling and trying to navigate that new start procedure, that it shut down. So he had to completely restart the boat, get things going again, and he did so just in time. So that start procedure played a role in the very first heat we had.
It also played a huge role, the new start procedure, in the results of that particular heat, because had we been doing that a year ago, he would have been disqualified. Absolutely. Because he went below 80 miles an hour. And that's right out in front of my monitor right over there. We buried the 80 mile an hour rule. It is gone. He was tardy at the start because of it. He couldn't get the thing back up on a plane and get going. Everybody went around him and charged the line. But he was moving.
Yes, he was.
Make no bones about that. He was flying. He was trying to get back in it. He was able to run down Jamie Nielsen in the Miss Mercury's Coffee, and it didn't bode well for Mercury's Coffee. It did for the Goodman Real Estate, but I think the start procedure, we saw how we started to get a first glimpse at how the drivers were going to handle that. At the end of the day, first place went to J. Michael Kelly and Beacon Electric by a whisker. Second place went to Dustin Eccles in bucket list racing. As I mentioned, Andrew Tate was able to get around Jamie Nielsen and come in third place in the Goodman Real Estate. And Jamie Nielsen did not look terribly strong in the U11 Miss Mercury's Coffee, which led to the conversation we had just a bit ago with Scott Rainey about them diving through the boat last night. Allen Land Surveying H1 Unlimited Heat 1 was a doozy. We then went to Heat 2 featuring 4 more boats. Dave Vilwalk, Corey Peabody, Andrew Tate, and that Dustin Eccles kid were out there again. This time it was Andrew Tate with a good start. He was on the line, and whoosh, he was gone. Although on his left and on his inside was Corey Peabody. And Corey ended up coming home in second place. Dave Vilwalk in the Miss Apollo, the brand new U27, and it's gorgeous, and it's just oozing with potential. They unfortunately were DSQ'd after the event with an N2 violation, and bucket list racing with Dustin Eccles unfortunately did not finish. So first place went to Andrew Tate, second place to Corey Peabody, but it was Corey Peabody who stole the show at the top end of the race course when, while competing on the inside of Andrew Tate, picked up the right spots and hung it in the air for what seemed like an eternity, was probably a second and a half. Hung it up there, and then the boat went straight into the rooster tail of Andrew Tate. And our good race fans listening here on the beach and watching online are going, boy, that's a recipe for disaster. Somehow he held it together, came blowing through the rooster tail on the other side, landed it, and was able to be okay. So first place Andrew Tate, second place Corey Peabody. That's all we ran for H1 Unlimiteds. We ran Heat 1 and Heat 2. Today we run Heat 3, Heat 4, Heat 5, Heat 6, and a final. Oh, yeah, and there's all those Grand Prix heats that are going to be in there, too. And we've got their final coming up. So if that sounds like a busy day, yep, that'll be the day we got on tap. It's going to be hot. Make sure you stay hydrated. We are being told by the National Weather Service that we are to expect a heat index in the area of 112. Please stay hydrated. It is absolutely critical, and it can step up and bite you at any time. It could step up and bite you this evening if you do not hydrate today. You may feel fine when you leave here, but something may be going on internally from a hydration standpoint. And as somebody who has, I hate to say this, been there, done that, saw that movie, it's not a lot of fun. So stay hydrated. Want to remind everybody again of our pit tours. Those of you with the Ultimate Pass or a club level ticket, make sure you go over to the pits today. The buses leave from the ball field parking lot, and they will take you to the pit area beginning at 10 a.m. Just a quick reminder, you got to have closed-toed. Let me see your shoes. You got them. You're good.
I'm good to go.
You can get over there, and I think we may just send you over there today. We are hoping to have Erica over in the pit area with live coverage from the pit area, and I'm looking forward to those interviews the moment the driver steps off the boat. Those are the very best. You never know what you're going to get. The adrenaline's pumping. They may be real happy. They may be upset with something, and you get to get right in the middle of it. And that's how I started in this sport, and it's the best place to be, is right there in that dock. We're going to have the Grand Prix drivers available for autographs at 12:15, right up here behind the main stage. And when you come up for those, and don't miss it, come up and talk to the drivers, talk about your favorite boat. As Andrea and I said earlier, these guys love to chat, but you can come up here and you're going to find all kinds of merchandise booths up here. You can get your official Hydrofest merchandise. It's right here behind start finish line. Several of our race teams also have merch tents here. Come on up and say hi to the people and get something that you can wear during the off season like I do. You typically find me in an H1 shirt or a team shirt or something somewhere. So make your way up to the start finish line. We're going to take a break around noon, and so that'll be a good time to come up. And as we were talking, you said you're a Dippin' Dots kind of girl.
Absolutely.
I'm a shaved ice kind of guy, but there's barbecue, there's pizza, there's no end to what we can find out here to eat. So come on up, and honestly, come say hi to us.
Absolutely. Come say hi to us. And again, maybe with the heat index, we'll get a group to go over there for some shaved ice and Dippin' Dots.
Yes. And I mentioned yesterday, and I'm going to say this again as we look inside. Hi, Walt. Walt can't hear us quite over there, but we're looking right.
We're getting a pit tour right now, courtesy of Cameron Ford.
We are, and we always talk about the black box that comes out of the boat. And I always say I'm the colorblind guy. Walt just realized that, oh, no, he didn't. Shannon Rainey was walking in there to talk to him. But we always talk about the black box that comes out of the boat. And is somebody calling Walt to tell him we have him on the watch this. Somebody's Shannon's looking. Oh, Shannon's blocking the view. I think they know we're there. I think they know we've snuck in with a view here. There she just turned around and smiled. Yeah, we've been busted over there. But as we saw there on the screen, and those are on the black box that we always refer to is not. The colorblind guy can tell you they're bright orange. The other thing that we have going on today, before we take a break here, we want to remind everybody we've got those two Miss U.S. vintage hydroplanes here. We have the Miss U.S. 1. And we have the Miss US 4. 2 years ago, we had the Miss US 4 here running, and we had the Miss US 1 on display right here behind where we are at start finish. Now we have the Miss US 1 here running, and this is the boat that 62 years ago set the world straightaway speed record here on Lake Guntersville in April. And you've got that speed memorized by now, right? You're looking at me like I just said you had two heads. 200. Oh, very good.
Oh,
well, so you're catching
we're learning.
You are catching on to this game. 200.419 miles per hour. There's a lot of people talk about the golden era of unlimited hydroplane racing and the Thunderboats. Well, they are the Thunderboats, and you'll understand why when they come out. They make a lot of noise. They're a lot of fun. So we'll have that package going on about 4 times today. We'll have them out on the water. But right now we are still in the middle of our test session. I don't know that we've got any activity with anybody else coming. The course is open until 9:30. My watch says it is 9:20. Looking at the schedule, coming up at 9:30 is Farm Fresh Grand Prix Heat 3A. So I would expect we should be seeing some Grand Prix boats being lifted into the water, and I don't see that happening, but I'm not sure that I could see it. But that's on the schedule for 9:30. Grand Prix Heat 3A, sponsored by Farm Fresh. Farm Fresh, providing fresh and quality poultry products nationwide. Farm Fresh, I believe that's a new sponsor. I don't know that I've seen that spot before. Thank you, Farm Fresh. Erica, you know this. You've been around motorsports your whole life. Various type sponsorship is the key.
Absolutely. Sponsorship is the key, and without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing here today. So thank you to everybody involved in this weekend. It's truly been special.
It is very, very special. So thank you, Farm Fresh. We will be talking about you a lot today as we move through our Grand Prix part of the program. But right now, as we approach 9:30, we'll check on the clock, make sure we know exactly when this heat is going to roll for Farm Fresh Grand Prix Heat 3A. But for right now, we'll take a moment. We'll step away. It's H1 Unlimited's coverage online, but it is Lake Guntersville Hydrofest coverage right here on the shores of Lake Guntersville. For Erica Allreed, Brad Luce saying we'll be right back. Welcome back, race fans, along the shores here of beautiful Lake Guntersville and those watching online here at the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest featuring the Race for the Southern Cup. My name is Brad Luce. I'm here with Erica Allreed. We're going to be bringing you the action today, and we're getting very close to our first heat of competition today. And unfortunately, it's not going to be quite as good as we had hoped and or quite as good as perhaps we saw yesterday. If you were listening just a few minutes ago, before we broke away, we were looking toward the pit area to see if there were boats in the water, and we didn't see any at the time. So I was concerned about the start time, which was listed at 9:30, and we're obviously getting very close to that. I've got 9:28 on my clock. But I do now have a countdown clock here going in front of me, the official time to the start of our Farm Fresh Heat 3A is coming up in 7 minutes and 30 seconds. But the bad news is it's going along with that. We got 4 boats slated to go. Unfortunately, I've got a scratch on 3 of the 4. So we're only going to have 1 boat come out. We were supposed to have Old Trapper's Beef Jerky, Happy Go Lucky, the GP15 with Greg Hopp. They have scratched as they apparently did not have time to get a motor in the boat. Our GP17, the Miss Renee, Tyler Eccles, he has scratched as well. I believe they are done for the weekend. And this is the one that stings. GP79, the Bad Influence, Jeff Bernard has scratched. I'm getting something with regards to an oil pump problem. Don't know if they're done for the day or just how far that's going to affect them. But those are 3 boats that were slated to go in our GP Heat 3A presented by Farm Fresh. Our 4th boat in the heat, and this is the real unfortunate part because this was going to be the head-to-head showdown between Jeff Bernard and Brandon Kennedy. Brandon in the GP35 TM Special had a couple of heat wins yesterday, and he was dominant. And if there was somebody that I felt had a good shot to run him down, it was going to be Jeff Bernard in the Bad Influence, but unfortunately he too has scratched. So we've got 1 Grand Prix hydroplane slated to come out here and make a start and run in this heat. I have checked with the officials. The TM Special and Brandon Kennedy will come out. If he can make a legal start, be behind the clock when it strikes 0, he will be asked to run a single lap, and they will present him with a checkered flag, and he can take the boat back to the pit area. So unfortunately, 3 of our 4 boats slated to go in Farm Fresh Grand Prix Heat 3A have scratched. It's going to be the low profile GP35, the TM Special. Brandon Kennedy won 2 heats yesterday. He's going to get one here right now. Just going to have to run a single lap and a legal start, and he'll get a checkered flag. Looking at the clock here now, we're coming up on 5 minutes. So it's just going to be Brandon Kennedy. You're going to get a look at a very, very fast Grand Prix boat as we hit the 5-minute mark. On paper, I was really anxious for this one. Bernard was going to be just inside of him on a GP79, but it's not going to happen. Hopefully, they can get the oil pump issue corrected in the Bad Influence, and hopefully they can get a motor in the GP15, Happy Go Lucky, Old Trapper, Beef Jerky, and we can get those boats back out on the water. Nobody wants to win a heat like this. Brandon Kennedy certainly does not. He'll take the heat win, but it's not how he wants to do it. He wants to go out and beat these guys on the water. Not going to happen this time, but he'll make his start, and we'll have him out on the water here shortly. I wouldn't expect we're going to see him come out too early because, quite candidly, there's not much reason for him to do that. He will go 4 times around. Well, excuse me. In a normal, I just said he was only going to run 1 lap. So in a normal heat, we would go 4 laps. He's only going to make a legal start, and turn 1, he will get a checkered flag. Brandon Kennedy, TM Special GP 35. Started twice yesterday, finished twice yesterday, first place both times. I'll step around here, get a look at the clock. Three minutes and 40 seconds to the start of our Heat 3A. presented by Farm Fresh. Farm Fresh has been providing fresh and quality poultry products nationwide for many years. They have stepped up this year to be a part of the 2024 Hydrofest. Farm Fresh, thank you very, very much. And we can certainly hear the roar come out of the TM Special, the GP35, out of Brandon Kennedy. He will come out, make sure everything gets warmed up, get the oil pressure heated up, make sure the engine's running solid. I don't think we're going to see anything too spectacular speed-wise. He's just got to turn a lap after a legal start. He'll pick up the checkered flag and the victory. This boat yesterday, the fact that they were the top qualifier, he was able to get into that first heat in an earned lane format that Grand Prix runs. He was able to start the first heat of the day on the inside in lane 1. He was a little bit late at the start, but honestly, I think that was by design. We had some people that I thought were trying to push the start. I think he knew he had the field covered, especially from an inside lane. I think he hung back just to make sure he was legal, and he came out of the first turn, he was gone. It looked like he'd been shot out of a cannon. This boat is really, really, really fast. But he's got it out on the race course. Brandon Kennedy, TM Special. And he's looking at the clock as he comes by here. It's 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the start of our Grand Prix Heat 3A, presented by Farm Fresh. Myself out here where I can. Am I in your way? You fly a drone. Nobody gets in your way, right? You're looking up. I'm looking out. 1 minute, 25 seconds. 1:25 to the start. I got a GP hydroplane right in front of me. I got a drone right in front of me. Brandon cuts the race course. In a perfect position down there as we approach the 1 minute mark. We are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 mark. 1 minute. 1 minute to the start. Just editorializing here a little bit, if I may. The day is coming when this particular young man, Brandon Kennedy, is going to find himself behind the wheel of an H1 Unlimited hydroplane. This kid can really drive a race boat. He's a good one. And that day is going to come. It's going to come sooner as opposed to later, I would think. Inside 35 seconds to the start. He's in perfect position. Again, he's only going to run one lap after a legal start. So don't expect him to push the line real tight. He'll just check his timing marks, make sure he's legal, run a lap, and they will give him a checkered flag. Green flag is on the course. The white flag is also flying. Here comes Brandon Kennedy inside 10 seconds. In fact, he's down to 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. He's legal. Start looks good. Boat looks good. Brandon Kennedy in the TM Special already down through the first corner. Exit pin of the corner right there. And here he comes up the backstretch. I didn't think he'd run a very hot lap, but he's picking one up and laying it down right now. TM Special, GP35. 2 heat wins yesterday. Going to get another one right here. See how he hands it on the buoy row. Comes out to maybe lane 1.5 or 2. Going to come down. Checkered flag flies as we anticipated. And with that, he pulls his foot. It is GP35 TM Special Brandon Kennedy with a 1-lap heat victory here in our Heat 3A, presented by Farm Fresh, providing fresh and quality poultry products nationwide. Farm Fresh, we thank you for your participation in the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest, featuring the Race for the Southern Cup. Next up on our schedule, coming up at 10 o'clock is Guntersville Waterboard H1 Unlimited Heat 3. Guntersville Waterboard H1 Unlimited Heat 3. It's scheduled to come up at 10 o'clock. I'll look at my sheet, see if we have it here in front of me. I'm sure I do. You have no idea the talented people that I get to work with here and how they make me look good by providing all kinds of information for me. Let's talk a little bit about the heat. It's going to be Heat 3 for H1 Unlimited, sponsored by Guntersville Waterboard. Here's a good lineup. U1, Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly, our defending national high points champion from last year. U11, Miss Mercury's Coffee, Jamie Nielsen. U27, Miss Apollo, the brand new hydroplane driven by the winningest driver in the sport's history, that being Dave Vilwalk, rounding out our four-boat field. A guy who's looking for points, and he's looking for a better day than he had yesterday. The U9, Beacon Plumbing, and the defending Lake Guntersville champion from a year ago, Corey Peabody. So it'll be the 1, the 11, the 27, and the 9, or, as I always like to say, Kelly, Nielsen, Vilwalk, Peabody. Don't forget the pit tours. They're available. You can go down and catch a bus at 10 o'clock. You can get it from the ball field parking lot. They'll take you over to the pit area, get up close to these boats. Make sure you have closed-toed shoes. Brad Luce here with Erica Allreed. We will be back when we get some action on the water. Next up on the schedule, H1 Unlimited, Heat 3, presented by the Guntersville Waterboard. Stand by. We'll be back with more action on the water.
Hey guys, Erica Allreed here with H1 Unlimited. I've been joining Brad Luce in the booth all weekend long, calling the action for you, but now we want to get up close and personal and try to go to the pits for you so you can get those raw reactions from drivers, especially post-heat. So stay tuned.
Welcome back to the shores of Lake Washington. What? Where did that come from? That was not thinking before one begins to speak. That's a good one. Don't think that's Lake Washington. Welcome back to the shores of Lake Guntersville. It is the 2024 H1 Unlimited Lake Guntersville Hydrofest and the race for the Southern Cup. We are inside 10 minutes to the start of our Heat 3 for H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes. It is presented by the Guntersville Water Board. We'll give a rundown of the boats momentarily, but I got a broadcast partner that's going to assist me here with the call of this heat. Please welcome to the microphone H1 Unlimited Chairman of the Board, Mr. Mike Denslow. Mike, you got your ears on?
I hope so. Thanks, Brad.
There you go. So you're going to play announcer here with me. This will be kind of fun. And I can honestly tell you this is not rehearsed. We'll just see how this goes. We'll have a good time. However, you can certainly talk with me about the boats that are going to come out here in our H1 Unlimited Heat 3. Guntersville Waterboard is the presenting sponsor. We're 8 minutes and 10 seconds away from our start. But, Mike, I don't know if you've got a list of boats in front of you, but it's a good one. We're going to come with the boat number 1, the red one, the Beacon Electric, driven by our defending national high points champion, J. Michael Kelly. Also in our heat is going to be the Miss Mercury's Coffee, the U11, Jamie Nielsen. Dave Vilwalk's going to come out in that red, white, and blue brand new Miss Apollo, the U27. And Corey Peabody, he kind of needs some points. He didn't have the best day yesterday. He's going to come out in the U9 Beacon Plumbing. Corey, of course, the Guntersville defending champion. He'd like to have a good showing in this one. That's a good lineup of boats.
Strong lineup. We got the strong teammates, and then we got Jamie and Dave. So I think every time we put boats on the water, it's going to be a strong field. Everybody's so equal. It's really exciting to see.
Yeah, and that's what we keep talking about. You know, you go back in the day, and I tell fans all the time, go back and watch some of the races back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s even. Yeah, you got more boats in the pit area, but how many of them were really given a good shot at winning the event? Pretty much anybody across there could do this if everything goes according to plan for them. That's the idea. We've got 6 boats. It's going to be very competitive. Coming up on 6:50 until the start. Normally, Mike, our boats are not allowed to be released and come out on the race course until the 5-minute mark, but because the pit area is so far away, we let them come out at the 6-minute mark.
I know they can't tell from maybe the video screen, but the pits are very far away. So, yeah, they've got to make that long trek across and join up in turn 2. And then they'll be a part of the course and start the strategy for the new starting procedure.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about that new starting procedure. You were intimately involved in helping pull that and put it together, but we've buried the 80-mile-an-hour rule right up just about where you're standing, I think is where we said it was yesterday. So it's gone. It came into play very quickly yesterday in our first heat. Andrew Tate and the Goodman Real Estate went down, and the boat was below 80 miles an hour for the better part of a minute. It would have been a DSQ in years past, but not this time. He was able to pick the boat up, get it running. He was late, but he picked up third-place points, and that's the whole idea.
Well, better show for the fans, for the sponsors, everyone involved. We don't want to DSQ for somebody for something like that. So I was glad to see that it came up right away, and yeah, Andrew got himself back in the heat and was racing and all good. And I think I see a rooster tail over there.
We got a couple of them coming. In fact, make that 3. We're looking for 4 boats to come away from the dock. I count 1, 2, 3. Now there is number 4 at the 5-minute 20-second mark. It is H1 Unlimited Heat 3 presented by the Guntersville Water Board. Guntersville Water Board, Mike Denslow, they've been on board here a number of years with sponsorship dollars for this event. I don't have to tell you, sponsorships are so critical. We thank Guntersville Water Board for their participation.
I've heard that name a lot as you've been calling the races here since 2018, and I think back to that Jimmy Shane, Andrew Tate final heat in 2018, and of all the races that have happened in the last 10 years, I've probably watched that one more than any other race.
That was an awful lot of fun. Well, that was an interesting race across the lake, if you will, because Corey Peabody appeared like he wanted to come across here first and get himself established, and Jamie Nielsen said, you know what, and he ran right up alongside him. And now Corey is kind of giving it a little squirt. He's going to come down the front straightaway first. This is going to give us our first opportunity to see our boats in our Heat 3 H1 Unlimited Heat presented by the Guntersville Waterboard. It's U9, the defending Guntersville champion. That is Corey Peabody in the Beacon Plumbing. Here comes the Miss Mercury's Coffee. I know you really like this one. Talking about sponsors, we got a brand new one right here, Mike. That's pretty good stuff.
Mercury's Coffee and Morgan Harris out of the Seattle area. Yeah, we're excited to have them on board for sure.
And how about this? You got the defending national high points champion, the red boat on the inside, and that guy on the outside. He's won a few times before. The winningest driver in the history of H1 Unlimited Racing, Dave Villwalk, got that brand new craft. Always good to see a new boat on the water.
And isn't it amazing how it's showing really well right out of the box?
Yeah, I think his second run that he did on Friday, I think they touched a 163, and we're talking about a new sponsor with Mercury's Coffee, Apollo Mechanical, out of the Tri. You know those guys.
Absolutely, yeah. We were really excited to bring them on board for the Tri-Cities race, the Seattle race, and on a boat, on a brand new boat driven by Dave Villwalk.
Going to be good. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to the start. Now, we'll watch our start procedure come into play. Mike and I will try and do our best to describe it, but the bottom line is 80-mile-an-hour rule is gone, and you have to have your boat behind the start-finish line at 90 seconds. That really never came into play yesterday, Mike. Nobody got close to the line at 90 seconds. We'll see how they play it today. I think we're going to see different strategies as the day plays out. The first thing I noticed this morning, Strong Racing, Corey Peabody, they had the saltwater snorkel on yesterday. It's gone now.
Oh, really? I didn't notice that. So, yeah, Corey's got to make up some points to guarantee himself for the final, so that'll be fun to see. The big thing with the starting procedure is wanting 4 boats hitting start-finish right on time. So I'm glad we put that into play, and yesterday worked out well. I talked to Andrew, and he just made a mistake. He got going too slow and killed it, but then he was able to get back in the race.
And we know with this new start procedure, some of what we might see is a little bit of trolling, and we've got a little bit of it going on right now as J. Michael Kelly is approaching the entrance pin to turn 2 at the top of the race course. He's barely moving. Teammate Corey Peabody's going to come right up there with him. Where is Dave going to stick his boat? I'm going to assume he is going to go to the outside. Meanwhile, Jamie Nielsen has got himself parked in lane number 1 coming off the top end of the race course. Now, looking at the clock, the minute 30 will come into play. We've got a minute 45.
Oh, they'll be fine.
They're going to be fine, but I'm expecting the boats to come up with more speed and surprise Jamie. Jamie's now being told go ahead and go because we're five seconds away from a minute 30. He's going to be fine and legal, and he's going to be sitting in lane number 1. 130 right there, clearly legal. Jamie pulled off another one.
Yep, Jamie has a way of doing that. He did that in Madison last year and smoked everybody.
Now, lane 1 is not his yet because the commitment buoy where they commit to their lane is the entrance pin to turn 2. But he is in a perfect position right now to what we call defend that lane.
Absolutely. He'll just hold that speed. They're not going to be able to go fast enough to get around and in front of him. At least I don't think so. Before turn 2.
Yeah, he's got his radio man over here, Scott Rainey, talking in his ear, telling him exactly where these guys are. And J. Michael Kelly, did he get...
Mike just got wet a little bit, yep.
And that was courtesy of teammate Corey Peabody, who moved in on him. So it looks like it's going to be the Mercury's Coffee and Jamie Nielsen in lane number 1. Looks like Peabody's going to sit in 2 in the Beacon Plumbing, Beacon Electric, U1. J. Michael Kelly going to land in lane 3. Dave Villwalk will trail the field up to the top end, but he'll be with them when they come down, and I suspect we'll see him on the outside. Looking at the clock, we're inside 30 seconds now till the start. It's about a 12-second run, Mike, off the top end of the race course to the line. They look good.
I heard you say that yesterday, but 12 and a couple boats jumped, so maybe it's 11 because these boats are speeding up.
I hope these guys don't listen to me. My timing marks don't count. Inside 15 seconds, coming up on 10. Mike, you wanted to have 4 wide at the start. This is what you wanted to do with this start procedure, and you're going to get it. We're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, look at this. Going to break the clock. Jamie Nielsen, Miss Mercury's Coffee on the inside, broke the clock. But the speed, Mike Denslow, was on the outside. Dave Villwalk had a lot of speed as they hammer down into turn number 1. Who's going to get down there first? Jamie Nielsen, Mercury's Coffee, U11. But there's Rooster Tails with him on the outside. Oh, and who is that getting wet in there? I believe that was Corey Peabody. Corey Peabody somehow got hooked to an inside a little bit and got into the rooster tail of Jamie Nielsen, and he is going down, or at least going very slowly up the backstretch.
He's got power.
We're being advised of a potential penalty to the 11, but we're going to call the boats the way they are in the water because, Mike Denzo, you're going to come out here with 3 wide. Watch this. There's Nielsen. There's Kelly, and there's Villwalk. 1, 2, 3 as they're going to come down and put lap number 1 of 3 in the books, and we are going this time 3 times around. Dave hangs the Apollo. Holy cow, a lot of air underneath that boat. Jamie Nielsen still hanging on. Dave was really flying the boat, Mike.
He was right alongside J. Michael Kelly. He's showing speed on that Apollo boat.
Start has been ruled legal, so everybody's good there. Here comes Corey Peabody. There may be a question there, but we will get into that after the heat is over. Meanwhile, Jamie Nielsen trying to hold off the winningest driver in the history of the sport, and Dave Villwalk in a brand new boat, and our defending national high points champion, that being J. Michael Kelly. Mike Denslow, it looks like 1 boat going up the backstretch. You've got 3.
I know. I think J. Michael Kelly's making up ground. I think Dave has moved back a little bit, but we'll see right when they come around this yellow buoy.
They should get the green flag when they come. Oh, Kelly is right there. This is going to come down to a 2-boat run to the clock and to pick up a white flag with 1 to go. Villwalk has dropped back. Kelly in lane 2. He's about 2 boat lengths behind. I say it all the time, Mike Denslow, but that's as good as it gets in boat racing. Get a couple of guys hooked up, and they're really going at it.
The water conditions are perfect, and they are hanging it out there.
Miss Mercury's Coffee, U11, brand new sponsor. Could they possibly pick up a first heat victory as Jamie flies the boat? He's going to have to pull his foot out a little bit. That may give JMK an opportunity to move up, but it doesn't look like he gained much ground. Again, it looks like 1 boat out front. There are 2. This is going to be a drag race off the top end of the race course to see who wins our Heat 3 presented by the Guntersville Water Board. Mike Denslow, this is going to be good.
Jamie's hanging it in there, and Mike is right there on his outside.
Acceleration's going to be the key. Nielsen on the inside. Kelly on the outside. This is going to be really close. And J. Michael Kelly is going to come across and pick up a checkered flag.
By a boat length.
Holy cow, if that much. Dave Villwalk in the Miss Apollo. He comes by in 3rd place. And still running on the race course and strong at the top end of the race course is the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, and our defending Guntersville champion, Corey Peabody. There was the incident, whatever it was that caused Corey Peabody to get inside Jamie Nielsen's rooster tail. I know the officials are going to be looking at that. But here comes a checkered flag going to get waved for Corey Peabody in the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. Yesterday afternoon, on Friday, our fastest legal lap was turned by the Mercury's Coffee and Jamie Nielsen. Yesterday, the boat just did not look that strong. Darrell Strong came over to me and said, where did we lose 6 miles an hour? We spent a lot of time looking at the boats. I talked to Scott Rainey. He said, we did the same thing. We went stem to stern on that U11. And he said, we found a whole bunch of little things. And he said, we don't know if we went the right way. We hope we did. We think we did. Regardless of what happens in that incident, they went the right direction. The boat looked strong.
And with Jamie in lane 1, yeah, he was dictating out there, and he had a great showing for Mercury's Coffee. Exciting heat, and it reminded me of that 2018 final with Andrew Tate just on the outside beating Jimmy Shane by a boat length.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. So I'm just looking at some notes that are being handed to me by H1 Unlimited, and I think we already knew pretty much all of that. We did get the fact it was a good start. We got a driver over there looking for a driver's rep, and that's kind of how this works.
Yep.
But there were questions. One of the boats got very wet coming out of the corner, and everybody sees it differently. Imagine how that works.
Corey's been wet a couple times, and you look at Strong Racing, they won every race last year.
Yep.
And Darrell will be the first one to tell you that's not going to happen again this year. And Corey, as you mentioned yesterday, he didn't lose a heat until Seattle last year.
Not a heat that he finished.
That's
You're
right.
You're
exactly
right.
And so now he's had tough luck 2 times running so far. So, yeah, the odds come back around. And Jamie, wow, what a great heat driving for Mercury's Coffee. And J. Michael Kelly just getting him by a boat length or less there right at the very end. Very impressive.
Did you check out all the Mercury's Coffee shirts that were down here watching that heat? The Mercury's Coffee brass was all here. That had to be an exciting moment for them. There's a question about the corner, but either way, an exciting moment for that team. Boat looks great.
Absolutely, yeah. And their boat looks great. Their team shirts look great. And there must have been 12, 15 Mercury's Coffee people standing on the beach.
Oh, so that was kind of fun.
Yeah, it was, Brad.
Want to do that some more?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's have some more fun today.
Well, we're going to do that type of racing about 4 more times today, so there's lots still to happen on the H1 side. Looking at our schedule, next up on the schedule, coming up at 11 o'clock, we got the vintage boats going to come out at 10:30, and then we're going to follow that with Farm Fresh Grand Prix Heat 3B. But right now, we're kind of monitoring the official radios. As you suggested to me last night, I'm going to do exactly what you said. You're the boss, man. We're going to step away. We're going to play some good music here. We will go check with the officials, see if there was any call. And if there was or there wasn't, we'll come back and make sure you have the official results. Brad Luce, Mike Denslow, thank you very much. We'll be back with more action. So we'll run down the boats that are going to be in Unlimited Heat 4, presented by Guntersville Waterboard. Would like to take this opportunity to welcome back our fans who are watching online. Understand we had a technical difficulty there for a brief moment. You guys had been cut away, but I understand also you are back. So looking at H1 Unlimited Heat 4, set to go at 11:30. It's going to feature the U11, Miss Mercury's Coffee, and Jamie Nielsen. Boat looked extremely strong in the previous heat. There will be a player in this one, going to be joined by J. Michael Kelly in the bright red U1, the Beacon Electric. Want to talk about speed? How about the U40? It's Tennessee Orange. It's bucket list racing. It's driven by Dustin Eccles. And oh, by the way, if that wasn't enough, we're going to throw Andrew Tate in the 91, the Goodman Real Estate. We'll put him in the mix. And we're going to have some fun. We're going to go out and fight for lanes in H1 Unlimited Heat 4, presented by the Guntersville Waterboard. It's set to go at 11:30. It'll be the 11, the 1, the 40, and the 91, or, as I like to say, Nielsen, Kelly, Eccles, Tate. We'll be back when we get boats on the water. For Mike Denslow, this is Brad Luce saying stay with us. Let's play some good music. Enjoy yourself. It's the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest featuring the Race for the Southern Cup. along the shoreline of Lake Guntersville here. It is the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest and the race for the Southern Cup. On deck now, it is time for H1 Unlimited Heat number 4, presented for the Hydrofest by the Guntersville Water Board. The team at Guntersville Water Board continues to support their local community with excellent drinking water, as well as sponsoring the Unlimited class here at Hydrofest. The Lake Guntersville Water Board has been on board many times and many years here at the Lake Guntersville Hydrofest. We appreciate greatly their support and their sponsorship. Lake Guntersville Water Board, thank you. H1 Unlimited, heat number 4. We are inside 10 minutes until the start of this particular heat. In fact, we're 8 minutes and 35 seconds away from that. Let's take a quick look at who's going to come out on the water and compete in H1 Unlimited Heat 4. Presented by the Guntersville Water Board, it will feature the U11 Miss Mercury's Coffee, Jamie Nielsen behind the wheel. Going to be joined by U1, the bright red and defending national high points champion Beacon Electric, with J. Michael Kelly behind the wheel. The extremely fast U40 Bucket List Racing with Dustin Eccles handling driving chores. And then it's Andrew Tate, and our top qualifier, the U91 Miss Goodman Real Estate. This is going to be, or on paper at least, it is a very, very competitive heat, but then all of our heats on the H1 side have been that way. We don't have the biggest field in town, but we have got an extremely competitive field. This one will feature the 11, the 1, the 40, and the 91, or said another way, Nielsen, Kelly, Eccles, Tate. Let's get it on. 7 minutes and 30 seconds. We're about a minute and 30 seconds from having the H1 Unlimiteds being allowed to start across the lake. Normally that occurs at the 5-minute mark, but because of the distance to travel across the water, they are allowed to come out at the 6-minute mark. And we are working our way down to that. It's H1 Unlimited Heat number 4, the Guntersville Water Board. Miss Mercury's Coffee. It is red, it is black, it is white, it is beautiful on the water. It is a brand new sponsor, and they are all here in Guntersville for this event. Their boat has been running extremely well. I expect, well, now I look to my left and I see a whole bunch of them. I see a whole bunch of these brand new shirts down here with the Mercury's Coffee Company logos on them. We are so pleased and happy to have them as part of H1 Unlimited. Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly, he will be in this one. Bucket List Racing with Dustin Eccles, and the Goodman Real Estate with Andrew Tate. I look to my left, and I think I see my good friend, Mr. Mike Dunslow here. He's going to don the headset here, and we'll banter back and forth a little bit and see, we'll get his thoughts on this particular heat and what he might expect to see. We'll make sure our guys up there in the booth pot him up and get him ready to go. Mike, are you hot?
Oh, ask my wife.
There you go. That's the right answer, young man. So here you go. I'm going to hand you this list of boats. I just went down it a couple of different ways. Take a look at that and tell me what you think.
Jamie Nielsen, gee, where's he going to be? He's going to be pushing for lane 1, as is JMK. And then Dustin just proved last time out there, or yesterday afternoon, that he can get lane 1. And Andrew will be floating around probably on the second half of the outside because he feels like he's got speed on everybody and drive around everybody. So it's we've got – is this the first time we're going to have the first, second, and third fastest qualifiers, and you mix in Mercury's Coffee, which ran a 166. So it's all up for grabs. And look at Rooster Tails.
I count 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be fun. 5 minutes and 15 seconds to the start. 5:15. Again, as the boats come across Lake Guntersville, the difference here between this style or this racing format and that of our Grand Prix Hydros is these guys have no idea what lane they're going to wind up in. They fight for the lane. It is not assigned to them as they come out on the water. Andrew Tate is just blistering across the lake, and he is already at the top end of the race course. I got a hunch he's going to come down here pretty hard, give everybody a good look at that beautiful U91 Goodman Real Estate. It's black, it's gold, it's white. It's also, Mike, pretty fast.
I was going to finish that sentence for you. Yeah, and it's really fast.
It's really fast. 4:35. 4:35 to the start. I like this, that everybody's got to come across start-finish line here. Everybody gets a good look at the boats. Here comes our defending national high point. Oh, it does not. See, the colorblind guy got bit there a little bit. That wasn't red. That's bright orange. This is Bucket List Racing and Dustin Eccles, boat owned by Kelly and Sharon Stocklin out of Snohomish, Washington. And we know that one's fast.
Oh, my gosh. Last year, 171 on this course.
Yeah, and earlier this weekend, he ran down our defending national high points champion from the outside. Speaking of that particular competitor, he is across start-finish line right now. He be J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric. I like that the new color scheme on the U1.
Well, it helps the colorblind individuals behind the microphone.
That guy. Yep, like him a lot. Like him a lot. So our boats are really spread out here right now. This is this new start procedure. Again, these guys don't know what lane they are going to start in, but there's a whole procedure for that, and we've got time for it to play out. We're at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. The guys have to be behind the start-finish line at 1:30. And here comes Andrew Tate. Now, he's going to try something maybe a little different. And this is what we're seeing, Mike. We're seeing guys come out and try different things. Maybe by the time we get out west, we'll start seeing some consistent maneuvers. But it seems like every time the guys come out, it's a little something different.
Well, the different courses are going to play different for the strategy. So I'm really interested to see where Tate ends up. J. Michael Kelly, Dustin, Jamie, they're all going to go for lane 1 would be my feeling.
Yeah, and you know Jamie's really good at getting it. And, whoa, there goes Dustin Eccles. He cuts the course very quickly here right after going across the start-finish line. Now watch this. He's trying to beat Andrew Tate. And as we saw yesterday, it is a long way across this course. It's 2,000 feet across there, but he got over there in enough time. And the radio man for Andrew Tate said, by the way, that boat coming across in front of you, that is Dustin Eccles.
1 minute to the score up.
Also letting him know that that's J. Michael Kelly that is sitting up there just about at the entrance pin to turn 2. He goes by the entrance buoy there. So you got 3 of them huddled up there. Again, they have not yet decided their lanes. That happens the next time they enter turn 2, whatever lane they are in at that time. That will be the one they have to bring to the start-finish line. Interesting now how good Jamie Nielsen is at getting that inside lane. Right now, he's sitting on the far outside. Watch it change right now.
Here we go.
It's going to change because he got legal overlap on everybody else up there, and he dove into lane 1. So Nielsen now sits in 1 as we approach the 140 mark. Got to be behind the start-finish line at 1:30. This looks like this will be okay. Who's coming up in between boats? It is J. Michael Kelly. He comes in and just jumps.
Dustin's down.
Dustin is down at the top end of the race course as J. Michael Kelly flies across. Boy, the U1 is really light. And now we've got not only Dustin Eccles dead at the top end of the race course trying to respool. The same is going on with the U91 and Andrew Tate, and he's down. He's completely down right now. And we are at the minute 5 mark right now. Here comes Dustin. He's up and running, but he's going to be way off the pace. Mike, that one was more than slightly ragged.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened up there. I just saw him go down, and then something happened right here in the middle as J. Michael was cutting through a rooster tail, and might have happened to Andrew Tate, not sure. Yeah,
we're going to watch this really close because Andrew Tate right now is not sitting in a good spot. He's sitting right in one of the first 2 or 3 lanes as we get down approaching 30 seconds, and we've got boats coming up behind him. We're keeping an eye on the officials. The white flag is still hanging. Dustin Eccles is rolling up the backstretch in the U40 Bucket List Racing trying to catch up to the field. They're saying Andrew is sitting at about lane 3 or 4, but well, he's got 3 boats coming up behind him. This is a situation the officials will take a look at. Still not being told anything is changing. We are inside 5 seconds. We're 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark.
Jamie Nielsen.
Appears to be legal. Not sure quite what happened to Kelly, but Dustin Eccles rocketed by him on the outside. A very, very ragged score up and also an equally ragged start. But the beneficiary of all of this, it's that Mercury Coffee's company again. Jamie Nielsen rolling off the exit pin.
Yeah, it makes me think of Madison last year when he did this. He left everybody. He's at least rooster tail and a half ahead of Dustin.
Yeah, he really is, and Dustin's got just a little over a rooster tail on J. Michael Kelly as Andrew Tate fires up the Goodman Real Estate. He has not yet scored up. He just did because he died before the score. Meanwhile, our race is up at the top end. Jamie on an inside lane, going to come down. This is the first of 3 times around the race course. J. Michael Kelly's been flying the U1 as he came across, but right now it is Jamie Nielsen, U11 Mercury's Coffee, showing everybody the transom on that new sponsor's boat that is owned by Scott and Shannon Rainey. Then it is Dustin Eccles in second place in the Bucket List Racing, chased by the U1, the Beacon Electric. It is very much, Mike, shades of Madison a year ago when Jamie did the same thing to the field.
Yeah, he's still rooster tail, almost 2. He might have stretched it out a little bit.
Yeah, the race might be back for second place because it is JMK on the inside of Dustin Eccles. They're having to negotiate the water being left by Jamie Nielsen. Here comes Andrew Tate. He will come down, but keep an eye on the third place boat. It is the U1, the Beacon Electric, and J. Michael Kelly. He is on the inside of Dustin Eccles, and he's making up ground up there right now. Watch what line they take through the corner versus Jamie Nielsen. Jamie went out to about lane 2. Kelly is staying inside of that wake. That is going to save him ground and get him better water. Dustin Eccles is in second place, but Kelly has made up ground, Mike. He's right with him.
Dustin yesterday tried to come around the outside and lost out by a boat length, and now Mike is trying to come up on the inside. Same 2 boats.
Same 2 boats that we saw in that great heat yesterday. This is the white flag lap. That means it's the last one. And it is still Jamie Nielsen and Mercury Coffee looking strong. Coming off the bottom end of the race course, looks like 1 boat. It is 2. We are dead even for second place up the backstretch. Bright orange and bright red, and they are side by side up the backstretch. The race is for second place. Meanwhile, here comes Andrew Tate. He's still got a couple of laps to go. Our leader, Jamie Nielsen's going to come off the top end and come down and get a checkered flag. Meanwhile, J. Michael Kelly has moved out on Dustin Eccles. He had a great corner at the top end, Mike.
Absolutely, and Mike's got a rooster tail on him already.
There's the checkered flag for the Mercury's Coffee and Jamie Nielsen right there. J. Michael Kelly will come across in the Beacon Electric in the U1. Third place is going to go to Dustin Eccles in the U40, the Bucket List Racing, and we're going to have to watch the flags to make sure we understand exactly which lap Andrew Tate is on in the... He is going to get a white flag this time by, which means he still has another one to go. Oh, that was fun. And, Mike, if you look to your left, you might just see a pretty good smile coming over here. Jim, that was very good. I know you had fun with that. There's a big smile coming this way with that guy right there. That is boat owner Scott Rainey. I know he's talking to his driver, he's talking to his team, but oh my goodness, brand new sponsor on the water, at least a victory.
Oh, loads of fun. Isn't that great? I hope everybody watching the live stream's enjoying this. So we're pretty proud of this Miss Mercury's Coffee team, and I don't know what else to say. Let's go. Let's race. This is awesome.
Real quickly, you can say something about that driver. He's pretty good.
Well, he just knows where he needs to be, and they do a lot of planning. Jamie and Ben do up in the truck, and the strategy really shows, and I couldn't be more pleased. I couldn't be more pleased to represent this great sponsor and be part of this great sport.
Do me a favor, go get in the bus and get over there and celebrate with him. Scott Rainey, owner of the U11 Miss Mercury's Coffee Company. Congratulations, man. That is good stuff right there. Daryl, you're involved as much as anybody in H1 Unlimited Racing. You say, I really like to win, but you also like good competition and you like sponsors to succeed. Pretty good stuff right there, huh?
Yeah, I was standing next to his sponsors. They're real happy. I told Scott, I said, I wore his hat for a couple hours yesterday just to walk around and support him. I go, I did this.
Oh, Daryl Strong, even when he loses, he has a good time. Mike, that was fun.
I just saw the Mercury's Coffee owner, Morgan, give a big thumbs up. They're having a good time. They're representing. If you see the black H1 Hummer,
yeah,
it's all decaled up, Mercury's Coffee. I know those guys are having a great time. My wife's been drinking the coffee since we got here. And if you don't have any coffee and you need some, come on down to the Mercury's Coffee tent.
They will be more than happy. They will be more than happy to.
Oh,
here we go.
He is.
Why don't you talk to him, Mike? I will put I'll put this one on him.
Okay.
I'll put this headset on him. If you want to just throw this on real quick. Here we go.
Thanks, buddy. We've got Morgan Harris, owner of Mercury's Coffee. Oh my gosh! And I know this is your first race.
Yeah.
What about the thrill of the win?
That was awesome. Jamie nailed the start. It was a little bit off, but with the other guys, but he killed it the whole time. Dustin wasn't even catching up with him, Denson.
Oh, I know. He hit the start and hit the score up, and no one else was within a rooster tail to let him around. I mean,
it was killer.
And you're a hydro fan.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been a fan since you were probably 10 years old.
Yeah, little guy.
Oh my gosh! And now you're in the sport, and your sponsor, your sponsored boat with the Rainies. Oh, amazing!
It's an unbelievable feeling. I mean, we came out here to try to compete and just do the best we could. I mean, everybody wants to win when you're racing, but just want to bring the energy and bring some connection to the sport, have a lot of fun,
and some caffeine.
Yeah, some caffeine. That's what we're doing out here right now. It's like giving all the fans something to be happy about, along with the racing.
Oh my!
Yeah.
All right, I guess we've got Jamie on the dock. Let's see if our pit reporter is working.
Thank you very much. We tried to get we're working on some technology here to get the interview with what appeared, at least on the live stream, as a very, very happy Jamie Nielsen, as you might imagine. Did somebody say something there? Okay, that's all right. We're working on the audio so we can get it for everybody to hear, but you could tell by looking at his face he was a very happy guy. And Mike Denslow, while you were talking with Morgan there, I was advised by the Mercury's Coffee people that at that tent that's right up here where they have all their good stuff, iced drinks and energy drinks are free. So
free?
Stop by. Yeah, they just told me that. They're free up here.
Not almost free, actually free.
Actually free, and they will be the same price at Madison, Indiana next week, but they've got an allotment that they put aside for Guntersville, and they got lots left. So stop by and say hi, and before you say hi, say congratulations. There were some beaming people walking up there. That was fun.
Yeah, I just got a weather update from the Guntersville team here that 30 to 45 minutes out, there could be some thunderstorms, but hopefully it happens in the middle, around our schedule, not right in the middle of it, so we're not changing heats around, but just something to be thinking about.
Yeah, and I've just been handed a note here by Tana Morissette of H1 Unlimited, who's monitoring the official side of things for us. Am I reading this right, that at least on the water, everything was clean? So on the water in that heat, everything was clean. So Jamie is clearly the winner on the water. The boats will go through tech inspection, but sometimes, there's an incident that somebody has to look at, and with all the stuff going on, that was a ragged score up and a ragged start, but everything's clean from the official side on the water. All Jamie Nielsen and his team needs to do is clear tech inspection, and they will be the official winner.
We definitely saw some chaos out there, but chaos is great. You know, they're figuring out their score-up strategies, and with, 2.5, 3 minutes left, we had 4 boats in 4 different locations on the course. So they all had different strategies.
Yep.
3 came together, and then what happens? The fast guy, which we've talked about in the H1 board meetings, if you're going to troll, they had 3 boats trolling, and what did Jamie do? Oh, leapfrog.
Leapfrogged them, that's it. And the overlap rule, when we're in the milling period, which that was, during the milling period, the overlap is not 7 boat lengths, it's 5, and that did not get changed. He clearly had 5, 6, 7, maybe more boat lengths up there at the top end of their course, and I had made the comment just as they entered the turn, Mr. Inside is on the far outside, and about 8 seconds later, he was in lane 1. Good move.
He knew what he was doing. He's a racer. He's been racing a long time. He knew what he wanted to do, and he pulled the move off perfectly.
He did indeed. It was H1 Unlimited, heat number 4. It was a good one. It was presented by the Guntersville Water Board. We've got the finish on the water. We will wait for the technical update and make sure everything is clean in the truck. But when we get that information, we will bring it back to you. Right now, I'm going to sign off on behalf of Mike Denslow and myself as soon as we get something else on the water. In fact, we're going to take a break now coming up because we're approaching 12 o'clock. We'll take a break on the water, and I'm told we are going to stay live here until the results are official. So we will stay on board at least until we hear about our first place finisher, at least on the water, Jamie Nielsen. Okay. I've got lots of people squawking in my ear saying that we may have another driver. They apparently are cornering J. Michael Kelly there on the dock, and we'll see what he has to say about what you and I talked about. It was a ragged score-up. It was chaotic a bit, and same thing with the start. But I liked your comment, Mike. Chaos is okay.
Yeah, they're figuring things out. This is a new score-up procedure, new start procedure, so the guys got to figure out what works. And it's going to be different based on who your competition is,
Sure.
too. Yeah, so lane, actually boat setup, that's what I like about it, because I was told, the boats, they're setting them up for an outside lane start. Well, but then you get an inside lane or the opposite happens, like, hey, you got to be able to do one lane through lane 4. So this is fun so far.
Yeah, I think it is. And I was just thinking while you were talking, there might be a very obvious question that somebody might have. Once the boats cross the start-finish line and they are behind the start-finish line at the 1 minute, 30-second mark with a legal quote-unquote score-up, they can't cut the race course after that. Somebody might be thinking, well, yeah, but if you're late, can't you just cut the course and run over to the other side? No, you have to go all the way around. And that's why you see the boats doing that.
Yeah, not after the score-up. Yeah, and that's what we wanted. We wanted 4 boats hitting start-finish at a similar time. We didn't happen this time, but they're just they're figuring things out still.
But it was good racing.
It was great racing.
It was good racing, and that's what we want more than anything else.
Yeah, second and third wasn't decided until late.
What?
We can wrap it up.
Okay, so we will wrap it up. Before we do, want to remind everybody about the pit tours that are going on today over in the pit area. Those of you here at the event who have the Ultimate Pass or the club level ticket, make sure you get over to the pits. The buses will take you over there. They leave the ball field parking lot and will take you over there to the pit area. Just remember, you have to have closed-toed shoes to board the pit buses, because you got to have those closed-toed shoes to get into the pit area. At 12:15, we are going to have the Grand Prix hydroplane drivers here at the main stage, which is right at start-finish line. They will be available for autographs and photos with fans. If you really like one of the guys,
Brad, we got an update.
Go ahead.
The officials have reviewed the video from Heat 3. There was a disqualification for Jamie Nielsen going through the DMZ, and that has been reversed. He did go through an area, but the fireboat was actually not in the right spot, so we can't penalize him for it. So after video review, for the interest of safety, we are reinstating Jamie, and so he gets a second place in Heat 3. And third place, Dave Vilwalk. Fourth place, Corey Peabody. J. Michael Kelly won that heat.
Wow, I'm looking at that change. I've got the sheet here. Yes, first place goes to J. Michael Kelly and the Beacon Electric. Second place now to Jamie Nielsen in the Miss Mercury's Coffee. And nobody say anything, okay? But very quietly, they're having a very nice race day here. Those guys in the 11 camp. Third place, as you said, will go to Vilwalk in the Miss Apollo, the brand new Miss Apollo, the U-27, and Corey Peabody. He now gets a fourth place finish in the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. It was in the interest of safety then, if I understood you correct, and you're nodding your head. Yes, so it was in the interest of safety that Jamie went where he did. Therefore, they felt it only correct that they not penalize him. So his second place finish and the 300 points that go along with it have been reinstated. That's a big deal. Like I said, they're having a good day.
I want to thank the officials and Jeff Bernard as the driver's rep for pulling that all together and making the decision for the interest of safety and fairness too. So it's good. It's a good day for them.
Let's get it right.
Yep.
Let's get it right. It took a little longer perhaps than we wanted, but they got it right. And that is a situation, having a fireboat in the wrong spot. I've been around this sport a long time, and so have you. I haven't seen that one. So it's not going to happen every day. And I think we had some situations similar to that actually a year ago that we talked a lot about on our board meetings. How do you penalize a driver who does something that perhaps he's not supposed to do, and it might be against the rules, but if it's done in the interest of safety? Safety's first and foremost. We love the great racing, but we got to be safe.
Yeah, we didn't want to be disqualifying anyone for doing the right thing. And
that's well put.
Yeah, and going under 80 miles an hour, yeah, we got rid of that. So now we want to see more boats on the water, more action, better racing for the fans. And gosh, is that happening over this weekend?
When we come back, and we're going to well, there we go. In your ear, we were talking about the race was clean on the water for Jamie Nielsen. He just had to pass tech inspection. Bingo, just got that in our ears. Jamie Nielsen, he is your official heat winner of Guntersville Waterboard H1 Unlimited Heat number 4. Jamie Nielsen, Miss Mercury's Coffee. New sponsor, a lot of points, 700 points in the last 2 heats.
Well, I was going to say you got a first place and a third place in the last 5 minutes.
Not bad, not bad. Having a good day. So we will step away, but before we do, I want to look at the schedule here because we're going to get to this break on the water. Let our safety and rescue personnel come in. That's going to happen from 12 to 12:45. But coming up here at 12:15, we are going to have our autograph session for our Grand Prix drivers. They will be up here between 12:15 and 12:45, right behind or right in front of the main stage. Come on up and say hello to them. They love to talk about boat racing. They would love to meet you. And for the kids, they'll kneel down and get down there and get some great pictures. It's good stuff. That's going to go until 12:45. At 1 o'clock, Citizens Bank and Trust Stock Outboard Marathon number 2 will take place. Then at 1:30, Electric Board of Guntersville will present H1 Unlimited Heat 5. Mike, don't miss it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm just going to give you a little feel for Heat 5. Peabody, Vilwalk, Nielsen, Kelly. Sounds like fun.
Absolutely.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right, fans, enjoy. Make sure you find your way up here to the start-finish line. Come visit our vendors. Come visit all of our food booths. You get some swag. You can see some Grand Prix drivers. Our merchandise is on sale from many different vendors up here. They'd love to see you and talk to you. Come on down, get some food, and enjoy the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest featuring the Race for the Southern Cup. We'll be back. Back here on the shores of Lake Guntersville, Brad Luce here with a very quick interruption as we get started in our lunch hour and aim toward our Grand Prix America drivers interview session. I wanted to go back to Heat 4 of H1 Unlimited that was presented by the Guntersville Water Board. Our final order of finish is confirmed. It is a final and confirmed order of finish. Our winner was the U11 Miss Mercury's Coffee with Jamie Nielsen. He is our winner of the heat. Second place went to J. Michael Kelly in the U1, the Beacon Electric. Third, Dustin Eccles in Bucket List Racing, the U40. And a fourth place confirmed finish for Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. Our lunchtime and midday activities have begun here behind the start-finish line. Come up and join us. Those of you on the live stream watching, we will be back about 1 o'clock Central Time. But we're going to cut it out of here for now, and everybody's going to take a quick break. So we will be back around 1 o'clock. Everybody, come up and see our vendors up at Start Finish.